Hello, lab rats, and welcome back to the laboratory. Broadcasting to you live from a corporate black site in the outer solar system. How's everybody doing today? Whoop, I didn't mean to zoom in. Hi, Commander Phoenix. Hi, Dove Bleeding Heart. Hi, Acleon. So when it comes to getting started, I realized that today I'm going to need to rewrite a big fraction of this because I had been... Okay, so, vintage story. When it comes to blocks, like the actual, like, block class type or whatever, it just stores it as, like, what block ID goes in this place, right? It doesn't really track any specifics for it. It's just like, which block is it? So if you want to track more specifics, you have to use a block entity. And I had been kind of relying on block entities for tracking some stuff about crops, but I realized this conflicts with some of the stuff I wanted to do with being able to, like, put crops in containers and have them grow in containers. So I need to rewrite a significant fraction of this, which is what I plan to do today. To at least work on today. Probably starting with the vernalization stuff, because it's like, it touches a lot of the code. And is one of the things I most want to, like, get working. For the past 3 hours now? Oof. I know what that can feel like. Don't need those extra lines there. Oh yeah, I also decided to solve the issue of the music cutting out because YouTube would stop playing it by simply buying and downloading the Vintage Story soundtrack. Started doing a little, and part of that is creating the, like, collectible behavior here. I'm gonna pop out this. So you can look at it for reference, the old vernalization behavior that depends on a block entity. Alright, as I always do with these, just to make things a little bit easier. Region directive keys. If it's static, read-only, string, class name equals. Why are we ready? Yeah, exactly, Phoenix. Private static double. Well, no, it can be public static. Double state update interval days, which is sort of like how far apart our intervals should be, which is 3 times a day. Hi, Kilda. 5-stream streak. Congrats. Update and get... I'm also partially modeling this off of how Vintage Story tracks spoilage. However, since this is no longer an entity and doesn't have any track things itself, it needs access to the world, and it needs... An item stack from which to derive attributes. Which you can, like, look at the attributes on. Also, currently, these, like, loaded into an existing one. However, I probably want to redo these as factory methods. Yeah, public static. Or at least in addition, have a create. Oh, no. We can do better? Yeah, exactly. The relentless drive to optimize. Actually, we don't need to set it to anything. We can literally just return. What's I doing now? For vernalization. Comma, not a semicolon. Really, the reason we have this min stage before vernalization is just to have some flexibility. By default, it should actually probably be equivalent to max stage before vernalization. But oh well. In hours, 100. Temp equals tree get float. Get double. Last tick total days. Rapid Maelstrom, thank you for the follow. Let me check something real quick. I think we might actually want to define an interface at least for this. Because we might want to create other states like this and have like a common pattern and a way to reference it. Yeah, let's call it agronomy state. From which we at least have a factory method. Oh, I tried to mark that as abstract. Is it possible to have a non-overridable method as part of an interface? It is. Then I might want to do something clever. Because I already planned on standardizing it to have like all of my like state things that attract go in a specific place and attributes. And then we have a non-public facing method that's instead protected and abstract. What am I doing? No, stack dot attributes. Iterad tree attribute. Parent attribute key equals AgronomyLib. States. Hi, Daedalus. Also, 35 streams for Grumpy. Congrats. That's crazy. Attribute key. Nah, it isn't necessary, so from agronomy states. I fall asleep to them. Aw, that's cute. And then we'll override that in sub 1 states to, like, say what the attribute key should be here. Computer add tree attribute key. Fuck. C# this type. Kind of forgot how to do this. Fuck. Wait, this is a static method anyways. No, don't use GitHub fucking Copilot. Go away. That's not what I meant. Better to do this as a template. Yeah, that works. let's just call that from item stack. Isn't there a way to make the type implicit? You're taught a cat. Hi, Archivist. I'm in the chat in my server if you want to join. I'm pretty good. Oh. Can't be read-only, can it? Yeah, no, it can't. Oh, get rid of the equals. Oh no, I need to actually use the rename function, fuck. Yeah, the generic method is probably the best approach. I guess it feels more natural if I put this on top. Protected, static, abstract. We don't need the iWorld accessor argument there. All right, this is an abstract method, so it lacks an implementation. That's the whole point. I think it's the state tree and then returns from tree attributes. From state tree. Huh? Do I have to... Okay, I know for a fact you can access abstract methods in an interface method. I'll make that virtual, can I, or can I not? Yes, you are good to join. Oh, I forgot to give it a return type. I'm so dumb.
Oh, whoa.
Hi, Archivist.
Hello, hello. How goes it? How goes the coding?
Pretty well. I'm running up against some, like, complications with how C works. Or C++.
Valid. That's one of those skills that I tried and never figured out. I'm not built for that shit.
Oh yeah, this should be generic.
Oh.
Way to do this without making it generic. There might be a slightly smarter way to enforce the parent state being the same. Oh. Should do my squats while I think.
So real and valid. Get those squats in.
Hi, Sunkotsu. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait, what am I doing? Actually, I should probably just do this as like a proper abstract class rather than an interface. Statics can't be virtual in an abstract class, okay. Right, that's how I work. Okay, abstract will force them to write it. Can I have a static abstract? I don't think so. You seem to move this out of interfaces also. Here, T is AgronomyLib state. Wait, I just realized I totally forgot how static methods do polymorphism.
I don't
Oh, they don't
understand
support
what any
ramble
of that
polymorphism
means.
at all. Okay.
That's a series of words to me.
Understandable.
Coding scares me.
I'm like trying to remember how to do factory patterns. Okay, then let's not do the static factory pattern ones. Maybe we do. No, that should just be tree. No, abstract doesn't need an implementation. Provide this to provide logic for... They have to use one of the public-facing ones. Yes, that works, I think. We're also going to have a public date. Date from. Wait a second. Yeah, that obviously doesn't work. What are you working on?
Currently trying to do some video scripting stuff.
Cool.
Slowly but surely. I've been working on the script for way too long. Oh. Not tree, not free. There is a basic constructor also. Does that mean I no longer need the new constraint? Nope, I still need the new constraint. AgronomyLib states.
create isn't the best word here. It's more like get. Charlotte's Constellation, thank you for the follow. Do 15 spots in? Oh, of course. Also, Monster Mouth, okay. See, Code Worms with?
Is this your vintage story mod you're working on, by the way?
Yeah, this is a library for it more.
Got it. Fancy.
Stack, and then this loads state values into an already existing AgronomyLib state. From an I tree. For this state and this state only. And then we have Yeah.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
$70, 80 total streams and 35 stream streak. Many eons have passed. Your age now. Aw.
Imagine viewers aged 1 year every stream they watched.
Well, then we'd all run out of viewers before long, huh?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was funny. We do. We're like Mayflies. That explains why there's so many viewers I haven't seen in so long. Damn. They all died.
Oh, fuck. Are you protected? Hi, Heatwave! This also requires... think the get part is not necessary. I can just do that. How often the state should be updated, provided it requires updating. Sure, we should make this overrideable, which is what I'm doing right now. Hi, Arkhouse. Hold on, wait. Oh, you're making 8 bites? That's cool.
That sounds so tasty. Share.
You had to go Joe and wonder where this boy turned out entirely wrong scene. Damn. Ew. Oh, one mic. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Why did I go to 16?
Just itching for pain, I suppose. You wanted the extra suffering.
You know, all this enforcement is probably overkill. I know I've spent a while on it, but I think it's probably overkill. Oop, I went way too far back. I am, however, going to make update and git vernalization stay part of this. Dead. Locked my mouse wheel. Oops. Well, total days. API.world.calendar. Oh wait, no. World.calendar. Total days. We don't do any updating if not enough time has passed to update it, to justify it. No, I think we do actually, after all, put this in the collectible behavior that owns it. Looks like I know we're giving it the item stack. What am I thinking? Whoop, whoop, whoop. But even then, we should probably put it in here instead. I should definitely do the item stack ones, though. Hmm. Hmm. You don't actually want the read only, we just want to do it like this. It's just fertilization state. Hmm. You remind me to hydrate, MJ Quigley. Public static. Hmm. Equal stack. Attributes. Get our add tree attribute. Parent attribute key. Not stacked attributes, parent tree. Stored under AgronomyLib states. And then it is vstate.last total days, and huh? Right. Damn it, that means also for the block extensions I also need to do this as, like, collectible extensions. Well, only blocks actually have crop props, so this one, no. Yeah, I think we only... No, we don't actually need a collectible extensions, at least not yet. Anyways... Item stack dot block. Well, okay, so we want, like, a parent one that gets it. And to do so, it accepts an iWorld accessor world. Stacked up block is... Stack block. Then vstate dot min stage before vernalization. Wait. Let me check something. Because I think we need to know the location too. Oh, what we want is not a stack, it's a slot. Nyara, hi! Thank you for the raid! Hello!
Oh, whoa.
Solidfigure, thank you for the follow. Hello, raiders! If you've never seen me before, my name is Doc Vivi. I'm a mad scientist, VTuber, and Nyara's a good friend. And I'm also your favorite bratty cyborg cat. I like streaming strategy games, horror games, and RPGs. But really any game that gives me an excuse to ramble at length about science on stream because I'm also a scientist in real life. Right now I am programming. I'm working on a mod library for Vintage Story.
He's so smart.
This is Java
Winks at
Note
her.
C#.
He's so smart.
So, first the item slot has to be... You need to make sure the item slot's not empty. The item slot is empty, return. Null. So, Naomi, thank you for the follow. Total days, yeah, we don't do anything if non-time is passed to justify it. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate, Rayakuman. Thank you for the follow. Ah. So here at least we can just do the item slot, item stack. The block is stack block because we can assume that it doesn't actually have stages. It's like a propagule or something that isn't actually a block plan. Valkiara, thank you for the follow. We don't need to do any updating if it's too young to vernalize. Maybe it's stuff like the temperature slot from item stacks, actually. What can we know about an item stack? You can get the inventory. So how does transitionable properties handle it? Close some of these. Yeah, here. Get transition rate multiplier. Wait. Stack.collectible.getTemperature? Does that actually return the temperature of the container it's in? Let me check the VS API. Be a reference. Story API docs. There we go. Collectible object. We're looking for get temperature. Let's look at the actual implementation of get temperature then. Okay, so I guess the temperature from the item stack attributes. The fuck sets temperature? Does in-world container do that? Inventory provides a get transition rate mole. I don't know why I went to creative inventory. I guess because alphabetically first one. Hi, Ogura! Thank you for the head pats. The inventory's transition speed mall, which gets it from what? What adds delegates? Then does in-world container? Room for position, room dot any chunk unloaded does not equal 0. Oh, big stretch. Hi, Fine. I'm at sea level position. This sea level position. Does the inventory know where it is? Or at least the container know where it is? Position provider. Delegate. Okay. Okay, I can get the position just from there. Got it. Wish I could learn it. It's not that hard. Thank you, Melody. Oh yeah, big stretch.
Big stretch.
I think all the culture of coding where software engineers act like it's the hardest thing ever and they're super smart for doing it. No, coding's pretty easy. They're just dumb and trying to hype themselves up.
See, I've tried coding before. It's something that
It's
I feel like it
something
clicks
that
with me in theory,
Okay,
but
I
not
will
in
say about when it comes to coding, it is easy, but it depends on if you have the right kind of brain. There's a right kind of brain to intuit how coding works.
I'm
And
someone
some
who's like,
people
I've
will have
always
difficulty
loved.
intuiting it.
I'm the kind of person who I've always loved logic puzzles and whatnot. I thought at one point that coding would be something that struck well with me because I enjoyed problem solving and for the same reasons that I kind of started to love conlanging. I feel like it would eventually click with me, and it just didn't. It felt so often like there was I had this layout in my mind of how something could potentially work, how I could logic my way through a problem, and it just there was some reason why it did not work out. I would not get the output I wanted.
Yeah.
And eventually that just came to frustrate me.
Null. I'm gonna go world logger error. Unable to determine position of item slot. Oh, wait, first, also, this should be static. Item slot. Normalization state. Return state and then return null. Melody, thank you for the follow. Block pause. Collectible object. Collectible. So first, it's... Okay, actually first. The first thing we check is if the item slot is empty. Slot.item stack.collectible. If it's not empty, get a collectible object collectible equals item slot item stack.collectible. Has behavior. Behavior vernalizes. And specifically, if it doesn't have that behavior, return null. If it does, we can retrieve the vernalization state. Well, actually, before that, we ask about the, if it has a position we can find. Because if it doesn't have a position, then we are in trouble. And this won't work. I'm gonna get the vernalization state from the item stack. Yeah, I'm a bioinformaticist. And this is then when we defer to this method, the one below. So we then use, so then we return, update and get vernalization states. Block pause, collectible object, collectible.
To Ripped Room, I will return.
Okay. If collectible is block, stack block. Not stack block, just block. We do var base climate equals world.blockAccessor.get climate at position enum get climate mode world gen values. If base climate equals null, the region is not loaded. midday temp. I'll use, no, apply all updates. This is where I'm largely just copying from my previous code. While total days minus vstate.last tick total days greater than or equal to date update you know what, let's move this out again. Remember what code you typed? Yeah, you just remember it. I don't have like a good answer to that, or you just go back and look at it. It's important to write your code in a way that it's like easy to remember and understand, because you do forget often. Yeah, I tend to write like lots of comments. Yeah, I don't think that needs to be part of the vernalization state. That should just be part of the behavior.
Oh.
Made a bit clearer. Old Vern state. By the way, since a lot of you came in from Yara, what I'm working on right now is a system for the vernalization of crops. A lot of crops will switch like which part of them is growing, or like what phase of their life cycle they're in, based on exposure to cold temperatures, and that's what this code is doing.
That is actually pretty fascinating. Does it make farming in Vintage Story harder?
Yes.
Oh god. Fuck me then.
We don't need to check the midday temperature multiple times for the same day. If prev int days not equal int days.
Oh, hi, Alchemist. I'm here.
Double midday equals int days plus 0.5.
Vivi is always a plant nerd, but you know what? That's real and valid.
No, it's just world, not API edit world. Climate out again. This time it's pause, and via the base climate, enum get climate mode for supply date, temperature only. Oh.
True, Vivi is always being a nerd. This is true. It's okay. I don't think anyone here isn't a nerd. You are in fact watching a VTuber. It kind of comes with the territory.
I'm gonna copy these two do notes, even though I'm gonna circle back to them almost immediately after I finish doing the rest. And then if midday temp is less than or equal to old Vern state, now we can just call it B state, because we are just modifying the state in place. Now we should like make a new working state.
Nah, I think that's just part of being a VTuber.
Oh, hold on. Public vernalization state clone. Return. Return new vernalization state, and then we set its values to be the same as the old one. Yeah, like this. Took me a second to remember. Oh, I missed a space. And so here we go. The V state, the Vern state equals old Vern state dot clone. State dot vernalized hours plus equals state update interval days times world dot calendar dot hours per day. Total days plus equals state update interval days. Plus equals. I'm gonna run some ads, switch runs to run some anyways, and I'm gonna go take a bio break real quick, and I'll be right back.
All good. I'm back. Welcome back. The notion
so
of
one thing I
the
realized-
gone piston sign is very funny.
Is that if it's like in a container, we actually need to know The like temperature of the container itself, rather than just the temperature of the climate. So that's something I need to reference, is how the hell does that get determined? Updated by the first perishable in the loop below if there is one. Alright, that's of course not in Essentials, it's back here. Get transition states. Should then get the container? Somehow? So I should get the temperature of the container somehow? I did? Okay, I'll do it in a moment. Throwing to shoot is very annoying. It kind of is, yeah. Oh, here. Through all those goddamn delegates. There does not seem to be a simple way to know the temperature of the container. It seems to only determine it when determining the perish rate. On the other hand, yeah, we need to ask about roominess and stuff anyways. Okay, where the fuck did you get the room registry?
Catch me back on Google Scholar. This is what I fucking resorted to. I miss having access to like mass amounts of databases and like journals and whatnot. I miss it so dearly. My life was so much easier back then. One of my greatest griefs of the past few years has been no longer having access to a university library account.
.modloader mod system room registry. Hi, Shark.
Hello, Sharko.
Now when it's loaded, it will load the room registry. Oh my god, thank you for all the gift subs, Orfsmith!
Oh, hell yeah, we love to see it.
Yeah, we don't need to get the greenhouse temp bonus more than once. So there's the greenhouse temp bonus we get from the room registry. The in-world container also gets stuff like, seller stuff. Which is really annoying, actually.
I came to laugh.
It's a hi.
Hello, hello, Issa.
What were you up to? Someone give Issa a shout out. Crab game, cool. So we're gonna copy the fast pre-check here. No. So this isn't super obvious, but this is an optimized way of checking to see if there's a roof over it. Which, like, obviously, if it's inside a closed room, there's a roof over it. So it only checks for the room if there's actually something over it first. Well, that's what this is checking. Based on, like, the definition of a greenhouse in-game.
Vintage Story is so funny because the base game to me feels incredibly difficult to approach alone, and then people keep making mods that make it harder.
The focus here is less making it harder and making it more, making it more interesting, but that doesn't mean giving you more stuff to deal with.
Yeah, like I'll be honest, when I open up Vintage Story, I'm immediately overwhelmed by like the just amount of things I can do. I've been playing on like my community server recently, and honestly, I'm really glad that my community is handling most of those other things. I don't have to worry about food because if my chat sees my hunger bar getting low, they'll just deliver food to my front door. It's amazing. It's like Uber Eats, except I don't even have to put it in order. They just do it when they notice it. But like it's so much management of like so many minute little things to a point that like my
Yeah.
brain shuts down. I can't think of that many things at the same time. I struggle so much. It's an ADHD problem. I struggle so much with like task initiation, let alone like prioritization. And when you put too many tasks in front of me, I just kind of freeze up and don't finish any of them. Jesus Christ. I cannot imagine making the game more complicated. Like, all the love to... Because I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it. It's difficult for me to engage without my chat babying me.
Nurseries and propagules and shit. Yeah, that shouldn't be an else. It should just be return 0 because you can get there 2 ways.
For Warpsmith, Vintage Story is a block-based survival crafting game known for having extremely in-depth mechanics that have a lot more basis in like
I came to laugh
you know
Oh, thank you for the raid,
science
MJ.
and
Somebody give me a shout
survival.
out.
Oh shit, welcome on in.
Gloat? Why did I type out gloat? Alright, there's only one room registry, so we can make this static.
I will say, I've ranted about this plenty on my own end of things. When people compare Vintage Story and Minecraft, I bristle at that a little bit because they're games with extremely different purposes. Like, they are similar in the fact that they are both block-based survival crafters. Sure, they are technically of the same genre, but I think the intentions and appeals of the games are, like, inextricably different. Like, Minecraft is primarily a game focused around kind of creating. It is relatively easy, but that's part of the fantasy of it. It is not a dangerous, threatening world you've been placed in. It's a funny little game about your building whatever
Yeah.
comes to your imagination. And Vintage Story is a hardcore survival game.
It does.
I would say that that Vintage Story is not nearly as masochistic as Fear and Hunger is.
I
like, Fear and
compare it
Hunger-
to Project Zomboid.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Because like Fear and Hunger,
Yeah.
I say this with all the love in the world as an enjoyer of edge and darkness. It is an a sadistic edge fest. The point of a game like Fear and Hunger is to be painfully difficult and to elicit disgust. Vintage Story, it's not, it's masochistic, but it's not sadistic, is what I would say.
I almost forgot to do this.
You never know if surprise bear is near. Shout out to me getting chased by like 3 different bears last time I played Vintage Story.
We got chased by so many bears. We were on Stella's server. But really it was just one bear over and over again.
I'm hoping the Vintage Story Stella's server gets back up soon. There's been a lot of issues with like bugs.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I'm hoping for it because I want to play more with friends. I've been enjoying the community server. But it is a fun game. I like it.
I also just remembered I wanted to handle devernalization also.
Yeah, no problem. I do not mind answering questions. I've got like... I'm jumping back and forth between my 2 monitors right now, working on script and stuff. But we're vibing. Yeah, the aim is to be realistic survival, yeah. And, like, I'll admit, it's definitely out of my depths, personally. I am, someone who didn't grow up playing video games, and I'll admit, my experience with video games is mostly in the cozy realm, but I'm learning to like a Vintage Story. I kind of needed to be, like, babied and slowly introduced into it, and that's okay. That's kind of just the thing if you're gonna introduce me to, like, a harder game. I'm coming to enjoy and appreciate and like it quite a bit. It's one of those grittier types. It is, in my experience, not intuitive whatsoever. Oh, if I was put in a survival situation, I would be dead in minutes. I would not survive, like, the 72-hour mark. I am very ill. I am severely ill. I would perish.
There's also the idea of like doing devernalization and harvest, but I'm not sure we need that.
By the way, you need to fill me in on the details for your anniversary so I can like make sure to plan my own shit.
I have no
around
idea what to do. Fuck.
Damn.
I want to hang out and play
Like,
games
I need
and shit
to-
with just people who are friends.
I need to know if I'm like how I'm going to work my own stream around it, essentially. So I guess I mostly need to know the time.
2 p.m.
Alright.
CST. That's how I should do it, is it ticks fertilized hours backwards. So then else if... minus equals. Alright, this needs the tree attributes for denormalization, so... Tree.get float.
I just opened OBS and got jump scared by your PNG again.
Yeah, let's do 15 for the default instead. Also have public bool irreversible. Vernalization is an irreversible process. Should be true for monocarpic crops. Seed only once in their lifetimes. Does nothing if irreversible is true. Tree.getBool. Wait, I don't need to do that, I can just do this. Yeah, it saves having to do that shit. Dot get fool. Wait, no. Set fool. Else if not irreversible, if V not Vern state. And actually, wait, this should be, I'm allowing myself to be more emotional? Yeah, that's fine. Vernalized hours equals, this is a better way to specify it, math dot max of 0 and state dot vernalized hours minus interval days times I will never reduce vernalized hours below 0. A similar thing like here where the most it can get is double the base vernalized hours. The vernalization hours, rather. Oh wait, we can say, a bit more elegant. Slightly clearer if we swap the sides so they'd like line up nicely. There's also another, like, pre-checker, which is like another entry point. Instead of an item slot, it goes for a block pause. No, wait. Block equals... well, dot block accessor dot get block at position. Well, block is never null, but if block has behavior revernalizes, return null. That's the case, then we need a block entity to track it. This can be null. So if BE null or I'm going to store it on the block entity. It's obviously not going to be like a set block entity. Or rather a block entity behavior. That's the old one. They should remind me to hydrate. Well, so we shouldn't directly return the kernelization state. We need to actually write it into the item slot. The attributes, get or add tree attribute. Right, those are static. No, I should have like a right to item stack method here. Grace's Lady D skin? I haven't seen it yet, no. We then invoke 2 tree attributes on what we get. I tree attribute parent tree equals stack dot attribute. What should we do up here the same way? Pick the right to item stack and then return V state. There's like no attributes for the block entity, is there? What they think of. Yeah, no. See how we do need a behavior for it. Go ahead and create a folder specifically for the vernalization stuff because it deserves like a systems. And then a folder in there that says vernalization. Called block entity behavior vernalizes. Behavior. On. Is necessary for any crop. Well, the other option is I could store it on the farmland. Hello, Dark Theme approved, yeah. Yeah, where's my special block entity behavior for farmland specifically? That just monitors stuff. It's equals new I tree attribute. Right, that's not quite how it works. What is the actual underlying runtime class? Constructors do you have then? Hold on, stack. Oh, underlyingly, it's a tree attribute. It's just called tree attribute. I see. Oops. A little bit too much. State attributes equals tree.get or add tree attribute. Okay, it is just casting. The thing about this is it prevents it from working for, like, wild crops, which I'm not sure is a problem, but I feel like it would be more versatile if it did work for wild crops. So yeah, I will just add a block entity behavior. After all. What kind of part of collectible behavior vernalizes for... You just auto implement the constructor. Have its like own update and get vernalization state method, but not static. See ya, elk. Yeah, you can just get the block that way. Vernalization state. At position. Wait, no. Let's do it like this. If block.getBehavior. And then all of this is just an else instead. There you go, that one. VV state equals. Maybe those shouldn't be static and they should be part of the vernalization state. No, after these. Because we have two different things that track it, it makes more sense to offload more of it into vernalization state itself. Yeah, like that. No, once again, I think that's a mistake. Yeah, let's keep it as part of the collectible behavior. I keep being indecisive this stream and redoing stuff. I went back way too far. I think we make this one non-static. We can change the reference to collectible to just the collectible object associated with the behavior. Yeah, it's actually way more elegant. I'm dumb sometimes. Item stack. Wait, no. If item slot. Nope, no, no. Item slot. Item stack. Dot collectible. Get behavior. Is not collectible behavior vernalizes. Hi, Paro. Yeah, so much more elegant way of invoking it. Similarly here we do... Dinner, cool. Hope you enjoy your dinner. Block and any behavior vernalizes.
I came to laugh
Evie,
at you.
hello. If BE, get behavior. Someone give Evie a shout out. We're girls. We put a little dirt under a pillow for the dirt man, so he won't, in case he comes to town. So he won't take us down to his lair deep in the mountains. I don't remember the tune of that song. It's really funny though. If you try and do the updating at vernalization state, a place in the world, it looks for the associated block entity behavior, and then it calls that on that, which just goes back and calls this. Good. Should work. Public override on block placed. Some of this, I think, is better off moved towards, like, there. But no. Nothing important, Worfsmith. Um... Oh yeah, I need a way to get it from the vernalization. I need to get... So we have the vernalization properties, which is from the type, and... Right, first I think before we do anything with the block entity, we need to handle getting it. This is where we get the properties. Yes, I assume it's important intelligence. Not like uncreated. Besides the uncreated by crafting, which is not necessarily applicable here. It is very good music. That's why I'm just playing it in the background of the stream. Look at the collectible object itself. Oh, there might be some, like, non-publics. Yeah. Hi, Shadow-san. Why isn't there like an on created? This slot at the pool and now wants to die? Oof. Like, there's one created by crafting. But that's not quite what I'm looking for. I guess I need handling for if an item stack doesn't have attributes, and so I can just set it up the first time. Oh no, Orpsmith. That's awful. I was wondering why I was being really weird with placing the brackets.
Okay, I need to go eat food before I do my own crap, but bark, bark, bye,
Sure. See ya.
Good luck with the coding.
Yeah. I know, I just returned. Max search for vernalization, but... Oh, that one's just a... That one's not a gnat. This, that is. My core API. API. Where the fuck do I get the random? It's world, actually, so I just need an iWorld accessor. Why did it put a new line? Pick total days equals world dot calendar dot total days, so the time at which it was created. And the vernalized hours is 0. At some point in here we need to like return null if there isn't like actually. Either that or we add the handling and create from item stack. But I don't think we need to. Yeah, okay, so parent tree should be a get or add. But this should just be a get tree attribute. It's null, return null. No, we can. Analyzes is collectible behavior, vernalizes CDV. Let's create from type properties. I gotta add an iWorld accessory to this. I'm gonna do the same with the create from, actually, is incorporate this. Instead of a summary, I'm just adding remarks. Wait, where did I directly use from tree attributes? Or that's just the name of the file. I'm gonna make these protected, the ones that do it directly, so it's always on the top level. I'll stretch my fingers in a second. Instead, I do this. Wait, no. I can't actually get... the behavior stuff there, so yeah, this should stay public. And this should just be invoked on whatever, the actual tree attribute. So now when we use create from item stack here, passing in the world, and it is, if it doesn't exist already, it's just making it. And so now it initializes it the first time it's grabbed. At least for the item slot one, not for the block entity one, if that's the first time it's been grabbed. However, for the block entity one, you can do this. Item stack does not equal null. Create from item stack. Oh no, by item stack, not the fucking type item stack. Okay. If it wasn't placed by item stack, however, then we need to actually create it anew. Get behavior. Yeah, we'll just do is. block entity 1, position 2. The vernalizate uses your collectible behavior vernalizes. Vernalizes, this will not function. I'll set this to nullable just in case. Not function properly. Okay, so if it wasn't placed by item stack, but it does have that, then now we need to initialize it from that collectible behavior. So v state equals vernalization state dot create from type properties vv dot, oh yeah, and of course world. API.world. Yeah, because if it goes through here, then when it goes to here, it'll go through this branch. Let's also rename that too. Find that it's long, we're not accessing it very often. This of course is also going to require overrides from tree attributes. Parent tree. Tree.get for add attribute. Weight equals from tree attributes state tree. Should I create it anew if it's null? Journalization state dot create from tree attribute state tree. I don't know if we need to do anything on initialize. I don't think we do. Yes, I am streaming. My mom just walked into my room. Mother jump scare. It was a jump scare. I suppose we can let it air out if it tries to create from tree attribute and like this isn't here, because like it actually shouldn't be doing that. In that case, we definitely don't need on created by crafting. Do we need to override anything else? Maybe the things that can turn it into another one. Which I guess does imply an on created by crafting. What? That's weird. Place it like that. If I call correctly, on created by crafting is called as soon as it appears in the slot, right? Yes. Which is before it's actually consumed the ingredients. There's not much, so you can't like do stuff with the fact that they like clicked on it, but if it's made from anything that vernalizes, it should carry it over. calculates the vernalized hours. In all input slots. Wait, I put that in the wrong place. The question mark goes here. Oh, I forgot the parentheses. Dot create from type properties. Oh, let's explicitly sign it null. I struggle to imagine a context in which you would possibly combine more than one vernalizable item. But regardless, I'm gonna have a float. Oh, it's a double. Double average vernalized hours. Okay, but what if it's creating something with different vernalization properties, which also probably shouldn't happen, but even if it does. Hey, Katra, but which you... Hi, Chrysimia. Hi, Katra. But which we should handle regardless if it can happen. Slots probably give me a way to find the world, right? Neat. Well, neat that you were working on that, but like, I guess good on you for taking a break. How's the modding going? It's like, I'm doing something way more technically difficult than before, and I am like, ah! Network utility for inventory, what the fuck uses that? There it goes. Yes, I can just go output select it. Then V state. Specifically, we should like immediately go position state create from type properties. API.world. Kernelization properties for this. Means that no longer needs to be nullable. We don't need the if there. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was very confused for a second. Congested a ton recently too. No one wants to hear that when using when listening to an audiobook. Exactly. Oh yeah, I don't need to invoke that. Cool. What was I gonna do next? Oh yeah, I get the vernalized hours. Where's plus equals slot state at vernalized hours? V state dot vernalized hours equals divided by non-vernalizable. So it gets the average. Maybe this should be in proportion. Analyzed hours in proportion. Slot state dot vernalized hours divided by well, in proportion is a funny way of saying normalized. Zone vernalization hours and then times b state dot vernalization hours. Any other things we need to override? After get temperature, consume crafting ingredients. Maybe I should have done this during consume crafting ingredients instead. And it should display it on the one that's getting created. There's a bunch of get item info things that we should probably handle. I should probably have not put that between initialize and register vernalization props. Hold item info. Yeah. Hi, Scarfield. In slot. Yes, we are. I am working on a mod library for Vintage Story that adds a bunch of additional functions to crops and plants in general. Line string dot format. Yeah. My throat has been tired. UI style, damage card rating again, but this time we're in the middle. Solidly. Garfield, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the reminder to hydrate. Hi, Cublins. Only credit from the unstack else. This one has a lot more overrides. I'm thinking we're going to need to make. Get block info is an obvious one. I've been holding up pretty good. Return to the free avatar of VRC. Interesting. I've like tried to learn 3D modeling a couple times, but every time I'm like, you know what? I might not actually like 3D modeling. Wait a second. First we should add else if. Yep, before it freaks out anymore. And it already has freaked out. block and... What was it? And block dot get current crop stage. V state dot max stage before vernalization. Go, and then we once again do the color util into hex, GUI style, damage color gradient, time far into the red, although not quite all the way into the red. What is the color used in when it's alerting you to something wrong with a crop normally?
I came to laugh at you.
Yo, Scissors Runner, hi! Thank you for the raid. We've got a ton of big raids today. Hello! How are you? Somebody give Scissors Runner a shout out. Oh, I don't have you followed. I should follow you too. Just realized I never followed you. Anyways, hello Raiders, if you've never seen me before. My name is Doc Vivi. I'm a mad scientist VTuber and your favorite bratty cyborg cat. I like streaming strategy games, horror games, and RPGs, but really need game that gives me an excuse to ramble at length about science on stream. Because I'm also a scientist in real life. Right now, I'm doing some, chill, like, laid-back coding for a mod library I'm developing for Vintage Story for adding additional functionality to crops. Am I missing a parentheses? Yes, I am. Oh, also, hi Cardell and Lasada. The only acceptable vibe coding? Hi, Danish said. This is C#. Or hunting, or really much of food acquisition at all. Why did it look similar at first glance? Because C# is based off C++? Plus plus on 2 lines. Is that why they decided to call it that? Because that's corny as fuck. Ooh, I have an idea to make a little bit of stuff more clear. Let's make this its own variable outside the normal regions. Like, put this only on one line. Increased in the last update. Why do I have a divernalized hours? I decided not to track that, so let's get rid of that. No. Decreased. Thank you for the head pats. Oh, this is Visual Studio 2026. Yeah, more importantly though, wait, why did I say get double? More importantly, the Vintage Story developers actually created extensions for Visual Studio for developing Vintage Story mods. Hold on, I'm getting a call. apparently there is food for me, so I will go grab the food, and then I will be right back. I'm gonna just eat while I'm working. I'm gonna run some ads in the meantime. Oh, Brazen Bard, they absolutely are. The game's code is literally open source. I'm back. But yeah, not only is Vintage Stories code open source, there's like a built-in mod manager and loader in the client where you can just click a button on one of the mods on their official mod DB and it will download it to the game. Anyways, I have a burger now. But anyways, in order to display that it's currently vernalizing or not, I said set double again. I can have these vernalizing and devernalizing variables. Why did I just put false there? What the fuck? No, it's the variable vernalizing. Vintage story is the best thing to come out of Minecraft. Bug Skipper, thank you for the follow. High repose, and you're right, it is a take. And it's a correct one.
Go cute! I'm with the science team!
Hope I'm doing well. I am indeed. So now when we update and get the vernalization state in these updates. You know, also do vern state.vernalizing equals true. Wait. I have not played Marathon, no. Wait. There's a more elegant way to do this. Public enum. Yeah, it looks decent. It looks decent. Actually, Daedalus, people thought it was going to be Concord 2. And then Hygar was announced, came out in like a month and then failed in like another month. And that was Concord 2. The real Concord 2 was announced and failed in the window in which people were expecting Marathon to be the second one. Yep. So instead we do... Oh, I know people who are working on Marathon. And they were like genuinely committed to the project. It's not that surprising. Last state change. Yeah, the Game Awards put them in such a big spotlight. because they were like, hey, do you want to slot at the Game Awards? And they're like, sure, and then they put them as the last game revealed. And they're like, what the fuck? Tree gets int. I mean, Corporatus, the same thing was true of Concord. It wasn't a terrible game. It was just mid. And wasn't an oversaturated genre, and failed to get a reason anyone to... Overwatch it. I mean, yeah, Repose. But Overwatch also has inertia on its side. And now we go here. Last state change equals... Yeah. It was meh, and it lacked models people wanted to rip and animate in SFM for the pure prurient interest. Look, now it's checking properly. I was checking that properly, and then we can... And then we can then go... Oh, that one's so funny. this part we can just copy over. Oh, shit. Wait a second. So the way this is now, there will be one update where it says it's vernalizing while it's already vernalized. A little. I think the berry bush using fertilizer is dumb and they should have added a pruning mechanic instead. Okay, obviously they needed more maintenance. They needed something you needed to do to maintain them, but it should have been pruning instead of adding fertilizer for some reason. Oh yeah, the bushes don't just grow now. In the wild they do, but instead of just picking them up and physically transporting them, you have to take cuttings and plant them and grow them. And their output will decrease if you don't give them fertilizer. Which, I mean, I like the changes except for the fact that it's fertilizer. It should be, you have to give them pruning instead. Yeah, and it was overpowered for that. Every time the devs have been brought up that it was like so core to that, and it's like, no, you should just be doing more hunting instead. Like, you need to do hunting. I mean, you need to, like... I mean, it is still awkward getting to the point where you have your cooking pot and can actually make a meal. When I say you do... Oh, right. Instead, we want to do a check here. Vern state dot. I mean, they added a ton of stuff to berry bushes in general. Like, now you can, like... Now they have, like, unique traits, and you can, like, do selective breeding to, like, make better berry bushes. This is in 0.22. Well, the basics of the system are there. I'm not sure how fully implemented it is. Because they said they didn't get it as done as they wanted to for 1.22. I'm gonna selectively breed pea plants! Thank you for reminding me to stretch my wrists and fingers. Nick Serve, thank you for the follow. So now it will only display the devernalizing when it's already vernalized and it's like losing its vernalized status. And now it will only display vernalizing when it's not already vernalized. On color equals placeholder devernalizing color util dot into hex GUI style dot damage color gradient. I need to look at more research on how exactly vernalization works in perennials. Like, how do they devernalize? Does it just happen when they're done making fruit, or do they like actually need heat to devernalize? I'm actually looking at it right now. Exotic flowering are terms that are used to describe flowering habits of many herbaceous perennials. Continual change in a well-designed perennial bed throughout the growing season, early blooming perennials. Vernation or vernalization requirements. I might as well just like show this on my stream. This thing I'm skimming over. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna control for like perennials, how they like lose their vernalization when they're done flowering. Like, does it just automatically happen? It would make like sense if it just started expressing flowering inhibitors again. See you, Repose. Oh, thank you for the bits! that near the end. Oh, I never wrote a 2-tree attributes for this, too. Oh, fuck. I need to fix that. From tree attributes and 2-tree attributes, by the way, are how entities save their state, both when you save the game and when you, like, send updates to and from the server. Now, this should happen only if V-state is not null. Do tree attributes, state tree. Okay, what else do we need to override? I don't think anything. Yeah. We don't have a get drops to override, unfortunately. It's gonna be annoying to make propagules carry over the vernalization state of their parent plant. Depending on how they're actually harvested. Oh, we never added keys for this. Internal, static, read-only, string, last name equals. Entity vernalizes. AgronomyLib.entity vernalizes. I accidentally made this private instead of internal. That would make it completely useless. Our plant parts, such as a propagule, that is capable of vernalizing, uses code AgronomyLib dot vernalizes. Example code lang equals JSON. Here's list. Name. Elib.vernalizes. Properties. Reversible equals true. Max stage before vernalization. That doesn't actually need quotes around it. It's also not an equals. I forgot how JSON worked for a second. For station 2. Thank you, Dom. Oh wait, no, it's more like... Because it is a gnat float. Can I devernalize? Because that was the one I was using an example. Yes, it does at temperature 25 degrees. I'm a cat, actually? I'm a cyborg cat. I'm gonna run some ads and take a bio break. I'll be right back. Also, congrats on the 10 stream streak, heads up. It also just occurred to me I should print a warning if this is on a block, but there is no, associated block entity. So if full object is block, and sanity checks. Block's entity class is null. pi.logger.warning. Block. But no corresponding entity class. It will lose all vernalization information when placed in but lacks an entity class when placed in the world. Else if block dot identity of behavior vernalizes. Wait. Dot contains God damn it. How do I check to see if it has the fucking entity behavior? Oh wait, can I... Hold on. Block entity... Behavior... Journalizes dot... Is there like a type? The fuck is a block entity behavior type? Like, is there a way to get a block entity behavior's block entity behavior type? No? Oh, contains... There's a way to provide it with like a predicate. Behavior type. Yeah, I think I can just put a lambda in there. UBT dot. Yeah, return BABT.name equals... Behavior vernalizes... No, I think we'll just manually specify here. Even though that defeats the whole point of having like a... We're specifying it even because we did it a weird way. Entity vernalizes... Not. Right, this needs to be a not. Block entity behavior. entity vernalizes, it will lose all vernalization information when placed in the world. There we go, those are our sanity checks. Do we have anything else to override on this side? No. I need to add this to the registry. Register collectible behaviors. Misspelled. API.register collectible behavior class. Class prefix. Collectible behavior vernalizes. Got class name. Type of. No, we don't need to register another collectible. What we want to do is get rid of the registration for this one. And now that registers as entity vernalizes. These are our classes been registered in our test patch. What we actually want here is entity vernalizer.
Don't shoot! I'm with the science team!
Funny by the fact that the only programming language I was taught during my physics location was IDL? 25 months, huh? And entity vernalizes doesn't actually have any properties. So what we actually want to do is... Wait, no. It's op-ed merge. Vernalizes. And then Y also has a devernalization temp. They're like, oh, Python is good enough now? Yeah. And then therefore this does no longer needs a property. No longer needs a properties field. Right, we never made it actually use vernalization for anything other than displaying stuff. Behavior, crop growth. Vernalization state, V state equals rotate indicates vernalization state. Yeah, we use the one that's just the block positions because we can go farmland.api.world. And then farmland.upposition. Unable to get vernalization state. Euro at position. Well, no, just block at position. If call object is block. If block dot get current crop stage. We do want actually access based on location. I might have fucked up on. Hold on one sec. Yeah, okay. We actually want to do this with world and pause. Is less than v state dot max stage before vernalization. You present no obstacle to growth. State dot is vernalized. Present no obstacle to growth. Else. Do we just prevent default before we return false? Wait, no. We don't need this outer if. I love the multiple cursors thing. Once you learn to do that, it just feels really good to do every time. Like, if you've never seen this before, that didn't quite work how I was hoping. Whoop! I think something gets very wrong if this gets called directly on it and it's not a block. Because if it's in a crop container, it should be getting called on the crop container. Anyways, we don't actually do anything for on growth, so. This should be working? So it's time to debug. Which, as you all know, is always the most annoying part. At least a lot of the logic is copied over, so it should have relatively few bugs. that's fine. That's not what we're testing. It's like a half-complete thing. One of the strengths of this is that we'd like just in time retrieve the vernalization, do all the updates for the vernalization state. Yeah, we got the deserializing air. Oh, it is throwing a null reference. Why is it throwing a null reference? Because I have it in my hand, I think. From before. Wait, how does seeds work? What I have in my hand there when it crashed is a seed. That might cause problems if they're getting the held item info. Item plantable seed. It never seems to just get the held item info of the crop. So now I'm confused. Why? Is that getting called prior to initializing? Was something going wrong when it's getting the vernalization state? Exciting science news, Carl Johnson? Well, I mean, at the very least. What do you mean antimatter trucker is now officially a job? Should probably report more information on why getting the properties is null. Oh, they're transporting antimatter. Damn. You determine position of item slot. Okay. Well, that crashed. Why did that crash? Well, first off, it's a crash on something completely unrelated. In something I was doing to test something else. So, that is an issue, however. Should not be testing it right now. It's not the thing we're here to test. Oh, right, I forgot to do the farmland info provider thing. I provides farmland info. You jump through some hoops to find the fucking API. Why does farmland info not, like, ask and tell you about the farmland? I just realized that that's an oversight. Now let's put it at the end. Hmm. That's probably not right. Oh, I see. I want another big stretch. All right. What about this? We'll display it for the wild, for the stuff that's technically a wild crop. Why is it still not displaying here? Because it's not being able to get the fertilization state, is it? Why is that the case? Let's add some debug statements. I forgot to close the GitHub. On your for what you could see, y'all could see. Come on. Try that again. Why is it not logging anything to the debug log? Oh, I'm only doing it for block. I'm only doing info provision for block entities. I'm dumb. Which actually makes perfect sense. When you think about it. And I should actually just take the interface off here and add it to the block entity behavior. That would be also why I didn't provide any information about the farmland there. Because I don't need it for an entity. Alright, yours has no arguments. We know you're a block because you are a block entity. Oh, that also made me notice I forgot to do this. But also the block info and the get farmland info here are identical, so what we actually want to do is just all get block info. Fix that. Let's try that again. I have no idea why that rye that was on the ground randomly was vernalized. That was odd. Oh, I assume it had to do with how it loaded from attributes. Fuck. Yeah, okay. That's bad handling. Because this also gets called loading from a file, and people could load it when they didn't have this mod installed. Or a mod that uses it installed. So it actually just went to all default values, which is non-ideal. So you have to do this checking. Normalization state.create from type properties. We have to do this part. What do you mean no reference exception there? What the fuck? Because I copied it, put API.world instead of world access for resolve. And API is not loaded yet. There we go. I have like a knot in my hair, what the fuck? It's noticed. There's like straight up like a knot of like little bits of hair. What the hell? There you go. I fixed it. But yes, now you can see it loaded properly. And now let's test how it grows. It's growing on its own despite not being vernalized because of something we did, which is fine. I'm more interested in this. Yeah, Rye doesn't like heat, I know that. It might actually die because of the heat. You know, see, it's stopping because it's not vernalized. But it died because of the heat, so we're just gonna replant and try again. Because it's like the middle of summer and you're supposed to plant rye in autumn. Thank you, Heatwave. Okay, it's cooling down enough because it's August. They got stunted, but oh well. That's not something we need to check. The behavior of. Also, that means their death logic didn't break anything. Which is good, actually. It's good that we saw them die in the summer. And now they're frozen. What? Why did they grow past without being vernalized? What the fuck? Because I don't check collectible behaviors. What did I do with the Solution Explorer? Right. Not block behaviors. Just behaviors. Actually, no, it makes perfect sense to check block behaviors only. What we should do instead is do the growth blocking, not here. Because the crop container will handle that logic. Sorry, not wherever it is. I don't think I have it open. I guess I closed it, but we should do it here. And then info I block entity behavior crop growth. Alright, that means you also need the on-growth method, even though it doesn't do anything here. And we should get rid of on-growth here. It's like turning and clogging my brain. That's what it feels like to code, usually. Oh, build errors, what? Oh, this is the wrong version of on-growth. The one for entity behaviors has a different signature. Or does it? Oh, no. I misread that. I just never removed the interface from the collectible behavior. Alright. Time, calendar, speed, mall. 500. Should really stop just letting that grow. Or did I? Oh no, it is already 7. I'm dumb. It was just already 7, it didn't grow at all. Right, it shouldn't grow at all any here. It's just not displaying the right thing to say it's blocked. Because it is unnaturally past its, vernalization, because it was created before I implemented this version of the vernalization logic. Okay, so yeah, you're correct to display and then it's not vernalized. Are you still growing? Will you still grow? You shouldn't still grow. I think it's stopping you from growing. It's definitely stopping this from growing. Dr. Octagonic Titsura! That's like fucking ASDF movie, isn't it? Hi, Cindergar. It looks like it's working. At least the stopping it from growing. We'll have to wait until actual winter to see if the actual vernalization itself is working. Yeah, they all died because it got too hot in the summer, which is normal. Now that it's August, we replant them and we hope they don't die. Don't care that they're ghost stunted. That one has really depleted nitrogen levels for some reason. That one's growing super slow. What's the color used for the grow stunted due to heat line? Well, that's in the language files. Should do more illegal street racing. Interesting take. Think to witness that a hate crime that is British not fried rice? Yeah. I still can't believe he called it Korean fried rice and there are literally 0 Korean ingredients. Oh wait, it's not in survival, it's in game. It's where the language localization files are. There we go. Oh, it's just manually specified as this. So earlier today, Kenjaku's first form was Chudjaku? Oh, it started to vernalize. It vernalized. But right now, it's too cold to grow. So we'll have to wait to spring. January. Temperature has to go above 0 degrees in order for it to start growing. It should be starting to grow around now. Oh yeah, that one grew! Oh my god, it's working! Yeah, it's working now. It grew so slowly due to lack of nutrients it actually devernalized. But at least that tells us that devernalization works too. It works! Holy shit! Yeah! Wow, that took very little debugging too. I think with that, I'm going to wrap up for the night. Oh no, it's looping. Let's raid a Lewin. It's been forever since we've raided a Lewin. A reminder, I have a Discord. You should join. This is the raid message. Here's here in the chat. I will be back on Tuesday. I have to decide what I'm actually going to be streaming on Tuesday. Good night, but good night, everybody.